Yang itu ini. And I'm very excited. Very excited today about the program. I think we've got a lot of exciting things lined up here. Let me first start to introduce myself. My name is Ricardo De Pia. I'm working for the East London IDZ. I'm the Senior Manager for Business Development and Investor Support. And I'll be your Program Director for the first half of the day. And I really look forward to the engagement, with the interaction, as well as to some of the speeches that will come through today. May I ask, as we start with the program, I want to welcome our CEO, Mr. Tumela Zweli, to the stage for the opening and the welcoming. Thank you. CEO.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Program Director, everybody that is here, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Tumela Zweli. I am the CEO of Sana IEW. I've been asked to welcome you here, welcome, and also say a few words about this 2025 Eastern Cape Innovation and Entrepreneur Week. It's both honor and a privilege for me to stand in front of you here to host this important professional gathering, a space designed to celebrate creativity, technology, and more importantly, enterprise development. So I am truly excited. I was worried when I first came here, there were lots of empty chairs. I was worried. But now I see there's a lot of people here, which means there's a lot of, people will contribute in the innovation, technology. I believe that for us to grow as a country, for us to be able to upgrade our sectors, for us to be able to transform our industries, we need innovators like yourselves. We need technology. And for us to get that technology, it's going to take you, innovators, to actually take a leading role there. Of course, with support from us and other and our partners. It's a way that's bring the innovation ecosystem together. Innovation and Entrepreneurship Week. It's a unique platform that brings together innovators developing new solutions. We have challenges and we have socially, economically, and otherwise, which require solutions. And those solutions will come from the innovators that we get today. We also seek to bring together SMEs looking to scale. There's all those SMEs that have ideas, those that whose ideas have already matured, they are now ready to scale up and actually make sure that they access the market. We also seek to bring together researchers pursuing commercial pathways. Hopefully, and my hope is that by the end of this event, at the end of the week, there would have been a bridging of the gap between innovation and commercialization. You probably know that, in fact, statistics are showing that the ratio of the ideas and success is 3,000 new ideas to one successful commercial idea. So it's important that that gap must be closed. In fact, studies are showing that the success rate is between 6 and 3%, which means that there's a lot of ideas that must come, concepts, for new ideas to actually be commercialized. So it's important that we look into those things. What is the cause of that? Is it funding? Is it the knowledge that is required from the entrepreneurs? I think we must be intentional in trying to close that gap. We also seek to bring together the researchers pursuing commercial pathways. I think I'm going to follow that. industries seeking new technologies. They are, in our industries and the cities, our industries. And if we are to grow our own industries, so to use the comment I normally make in our space, instead of us being the FDI takers, foreign direct investment, we must also be able to have our own homegrown direct investment that goes straight into our economy, so that we stop being beggars. Because what happens is that all these multinationals that you see, most of them, they make us what I would call an assembly site. When something goes wrong to them, the first thing they do is to pack up and go back home, because they are they are just assembly. So we need to make it difficult for them to do that. And those that go, we need to have replacement for those. And we can only do that if we innovate. We also seek to bring together partners who invest in innovation and development, and youth with fresh ideas. This is also about youth development. The future of this country depends on youth. So I'm glad and thrilled to see a lot of young people that are here, young bright minds will actually make sure that there is this, creativity and innovation that is required. Our role, therefore, as Eastern and IEW, through our science and technology part, is to create an enabling environment. That's why you see these facilities here. A space where ideas can be tested, refined, and transformed into viable solutions for both industry and the society. The contemporary challenges that our societies and industries face require effective solutions to them. We must therefore be intentional in building a nation of innovators where each challenge is had with a solution. I think that should be our strategic goal, to make sure that every challenge that we have there is matched with a solution, and that can only happen. The solution to that is here in this house. This also requires, as I said, that we become deliberate in bridging innovation and commercialization here to ensure seamless movement of ideas from conceptualization to commercialization, to make sure that the ideas and concepts that we churn out, they find their expression in the market. In fact, the theme here is talking about, let me just go, innovate, commercialize, and thrive. The purpose of this week-long engagement, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, is very simple: to connect talent with opportunity, to connect innovators with support, but I will add and say to connect innovators to possible challenges that are there. To also connect creative thinking with industrial application. We need to, stretch our minds. We need to think outside of the box in coming with new solutions. We need to be intentional about that. We want every participant to leave this week having gained at least a new skill. Also being motivated to try something new. I know it's not easy to, it's easy to, to slip into your comfort zone. It's not easy to go out of your comfort zone and try new things. But I think that we are here to support those that are willing to venture into the new global space. New partnerships, we also want to live this week having gained a new opportunity, and more importantly, I can't emphasize the importance of this now, a clear pathway to commercialization. As a host institution, we remain committed to supporting innovators through infrastructure and expertise, providing facilities for prototype development, strengthening linkages between industry and entrepreneurs, creating platforms where ideas can move closer to the markets. I normally refer to the science and technology park as our innovation canvas, because that's what in the main we want to achieve here. Innovation flourishes when people have access to the right environment, which is what we're seeking to provide. Our work is to make that environment possible. As this analysis said, our commitment to development goes beyond infrastructure. We run several skills development programs that support industry needs whilst opening pathways for young people. These include incubation programs aligned with manufacturing and industrial demands, a digital and ICT-focused skills development initiative, workplace readiness and experiential learning programs for graduates, specialized technical training delivered through our labs and facilities. I'm sure by the time you leave here, you know what exactly we're doing here. Innovation and entrepreneurship exposure for youth and students. It must be easy for students that are still at school, to aspire, to develop, to create something new, knowing that there's an environment there that will actually support them. As this analysis, we continue to strengthen our global linkages to ensure that our innovators and enterprises are connected to international knowledge networks, markets, and opportunities. Our engagement with partners in Turkey, facilitated through the delegation, South African delegation that I was part of, led by the Department of Trade and Industry, opening new pathways for industrial cooperation and knowledge exchange. We were part of this delegation from South Africa to Turkey last year, and I want to thank our Turkey partners for a swift, positive response to our request to partner us in finding solutions to our problems. When I walked into their facility that day, I needed facts. I was in a house of innovation. And I was convinced that this is the partner that we want to work with. I'm therefore pleased to note that this week-long event also enjoys support from our partners in Turkey, reflecting the growing international confidence in our ecosystem. Remember, as a country, we are only now 70 million people. Any new idea that comes in is depending on which industry it's in. It's like not viable in terms of market. So it's important that we have these international partners. It's important that we look at Africa as well across the globe, so that whatever ideas, whatever products that come from those ideas, we find market. In addition, our membership with International Association of Science Parks and areas of innovation has given our science and technology direct access to a global community of innovation leaders and technologists. Our own SCP manager, Ms. Matuan, who was here, you will see, in fact, most of you know him, is now the president of the Africa chapter of the International Association of Science Parks. That's no ministry register. We will keep on, closer to what other innovators are doing next. Through this platform, we continue to build meaningful international partnerships through a strategic collaboration with technology-driven organizations in China. In fact, she was part of the China delegation, was it this year, to go and represent not only us, but also Africa. And that's an important thing. These partnerships are not only symbolic, they are very real and catalytic. They ensure that our innovators and entrepreneurs and industry players are part in global perspectives, integrated in global value chains, and exposed to global opportunities that elevate their competitiveness. These countries, like these developed countries, they were not there by default. They were intentional in investing into their innovators. Look at America, there's Silicon Valley there. Now China is doing very well because they are a group of innovators, creative people like yourselves. Taiwan was also is very good on that. The ideas that they always have a pipeline of solutions, future solutions to the future problems that they projected. So we want to be able to do that. That's why I was saying that we need to create a nation of innovators, to ensure that every challenge that we have is paired with a solution. And it's people here that will come up with those solutions. I want to extend sincere appreciation these programs ensure that the people of our province, especially young people, are equipped with practical, industrial relevant skills that match the future demands of work. They also build and strengthen their ecosystem that the IEW, in other words, this event 2025 seeks to go. We want to make sure that this ecosystem of innovators, if I may use that word, is actually strong, and the support that is given to them, and at the end of the day, become a province and therefore a nation of innovators. I want to extend sincere appreciation to our partners, government departments, funding institutions, universities, different colleges, industry players, incubators, financiers, and developmental organizations to be part of this. I've just mentioned those institutions because if you look at them, they play a critical role in the value chain of making sure that that gap that I was talking about, innovation, commercialization gap, is bridged, is narrowed. Your presence here signals the strength of our provincial innovation ecosystem. To all innovators, students that are here, researchers and entrepreneurs here today, I believe there are also those ones are on the online pathway who are joining us virtually. I'm also referring to them. This week is created with you in mind. Make the best of it. We hope you see this platform to test your new ideas, showcase your capabilities, and connect with the ecosystem that is ready to support you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for Innovation and Entrepreneur Week 2025. We're excited and look forward to the engagement, showcases, workshops, and demonstrations that will unfold throughout this week. I'm looking forward to get a report of what we have transpired out of this. I know that MEC is going to be joining us, is the one who will officially open this event. Mine was just to welcome you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome.
Thank you very much, CEO. And I think it was such an impactful welcome. I mean, keywords that you keep saying: commercialization, creativity, SMEs scaling up, industrial pathways. I think those really going to be part of the lexicon during the course of this engagement. And I think you did pledge our support as this a commitment to help support entrepreneurs, collaborators as well as innovators. And I think you have this back to assist you in terms of growing your enterprises. And we're here today to then engage and celebrate that creativity and innovation. And as you said, CEO, that form part of driving industrialization in our home growth that will lead to industrial activity not only here but across the landscape of our country. I will then move on, ladies and gentlemen, to our next speaker on the program, the head of our SCP, Mrs. Ludwig Tingwan, to come and do the overview of what this program really is. Can we then welcome her to the stage? Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Can I request then for the slides? Mine is a very small one this morning, which is really to give us an overview of what this week is going to be about. Good morning to all of you.
Good morning.
Particularly our MEC, who's going to be joining us shortly. Our HOP, apparently she's going to also be joining us. Our CEO who's just left the podium, our executives of the IEW, partners, innovators, entrepreneurs, represented in the room, as well as online, on YouTube, as well as teams, industry leaders, government, also represented here, and all members of our wider innovation ecosystem. Good morning once again. This gathering comes at a significant moment, as well as an important moment, because recently the G20 summit also commenced, and it really emphasizes, it places a strong emphasis on African development and the unique challenges of the global south. It also focuses quite strongly on digital transformation, as well as sustainable development. And this directly aligns with our youth and innovation agenda, which we're driving at the Science and Technology Park in East London IEW. And of course, November is Global Entrepreneurship Month. It is no coincidence that we host this important week in the Eastern Cape within the East London IEW Science and Technology Park, as it stands as a celebration of creativity, as has been said, and CEO, resilience, as well as opportunity. A platform really designed to empower innovators, which is some of you, strengthen entrepreneurship, as well as really accelerate a growth of technology-led industries in our province. The science park itself continues to play a strategic role in industrial modernization, technology development, and nurturing a pipeline of nature-ready entrepreneurs. As has been said, our impact is recognized not only nationally but globally as well. As a member of the International Association of Science Parks, this membership really places us as the Eastern Cape, not only the East London IEW, at the center of continental conversations on innovation and technology ecosystems. It also strengthens our visibility. It elevates our credibility and ensures that our province remains connected to global practices, emerging trends, as well as international networks. A little later, we will hear a message from my counterpart who has recently taken up over China, the China ISP chapter, as they reflect on our partnership, which we have recently signed. A partnership and a collaboration which will ensure that the two science parks work together, bringing on board both our entrepreneurs, so that you are able to access that global stage as entrepreneurs that are part of our network. I want to quickly then go to, I've spoken to the fact who we are as the East London IEW and the Science and Technology Park itself. I just want to go to a slide that talks to our readiness to support yourselves as innovators. I'm talking to this slide because as we go through this week, you will be participating in various activities. You will be showcasing your products and prototypes. There will be winners at the end, but there's always an opportunity to come back to us and engage with us on some of these programs that we offer as the East London IEW Science and Technology Hub. So our platform includes a digital hub, which is a space that you are in, which is really a hub of ideation, conceptualizing, and creation of digital applications, as well as digital platforms that are required for the smart cities and the smart spaces that we are moving into as an economy globally, not only locally. We also have an automotive and manufacturing incubator, which supports emerging manufacturers by providing access to resources, mentorship, and facilities. We have a skills development program, which is really premised around putting together interventions for the various sectors of the Eastern Cape, just to ensure that as foreign direct investment, as well as new industries are coming from the ground, which is domestic investment coming from the ground to our STPs and our counterparts also in the province. Just to ensure that they are able to get into a space where they are skilled, so that they are ready to take on the future requirements of the various sectors. We've got a prototype development support program where you can apply and receive support so that we can help you to get a market-ready program by piloting, by helping you to create that prototype. We also have a Renewable Center of Excellence where we provide training in the renewable energy space, a design center which is a state-of-the-art facility providing services for innovators, entrepreneurs, and industrialists, so that you may be able to enhance your products and develop further prototypes. We've got a consulting and analytical lab that is SANES accredited. It's a water and food testing capability. We also have national and international collaboration networks, which includes, as I've said, our ISP membership. If we move to the next slide. Today marks the first day of our Innovation and Entrepreneurship Week. As has been said, November is known or globally commemorated as Entrepreneurship Month. A month to celebrate innovators, creators, entrepreneurs, who all are in the space of driving economic growth as well as societal transformation. The IEW has taken the initiative to then commemorate this by hosting this week-long event full of activities that are dedicated to supporting the entrepreneurship, particularly as it relates to technology development as well as commercialization. We recognize the importance of collaborative effort and we engage extensively, locally, nationally, as well as internationally. You will be seeing the activities coming out of that throughout the week. This inaugural event, under the theme Innovate, Commercialize, and Thrive, aspires to really identify and support a high potential innovators for further development. We wanting to support entrepreneurs to gain access to markets and leverage opportunities under even the African continental free trade area. We want to integrate innovative entrepreneurs into industrial supplier value chains. We're also wanting to accelerate the diffusion of innovation across all sectors and communities. Also, we wanted to empower emerging entrepreneurs with tools, networks, and resources needed to thrive. We'll be seeing some of those tools as we engage in the afternoon activities. We wanted to see a strengthened multiple helix collaboration activity, which is essentially your academia, industry, government, as well as society. Society would then also include yourselves, entrepreneurs, innovators, as well as SMEs. Lastly, we wanted to really foster a culture of innovation-led growth within the Eastern Cape's innovation ecosystem. If I move to the next slide, in terms of the activities that we'll be seeing over the course of this week, it starts with the Innovation Challenge. The Innovation Challenge really started in July of this year, where we put out a call to aspirant innovators to come forward and compete and pitch their ideas, so that ultimately for the innovator you could win a prize, so that you can actually then take your idea forward. This Innovation Challenge will then continue to be finalized in this week, where even Friday we will then be announcing even the winners. The Hackathon Challenge event started, or is starting tomorrow. It's a 48-hour hacking marathon where entrepreneurs, youth, technopreneurs have been given specific solutions to solve for. So these solutions have been carefully curated as a result of the needs that we're seeing either in society, in industry, and other spaces really. So it's not just any solutions that will be helpful or any solutions that are going to be part of the innovation challenge. We're also going to then be having master classes, which will be there this afternoon. These master classes are really meant to equip the innovators and entrepreneurs, particularly the ones that will be participating in the 48-hour hackathon. So I implore you to join these master classes, whether you are going to be participating on the hackathon or not, because you will gain lifelong experiences by attending them. We've also prepared exhibition opportunities for some of our entrepreneurs, in fact all of our entrepreneurs that have been part of our journey, or that we as the Islam and ITZ Science Park have been part of their journey. They are here to showcase their products, their prototypes. Some of them are already commercialized, some of them are in the prototyping stage, some of them are in the piloting stage. So you get to actually see and feel, when you can, some of the outcomes of what has been done throughout the years that we've been in existence as a science and technology hub. We'll also get to see business-to-business engagement with particularly Turkey. So 20 of our entrepreneurs will be having one-on-one engagements with Turkish entrepreneurs. So with this one, what we did is we put out a call to all our entrepreneurs. And we said, if you've got an interest to partner with people in Turkey, this is an opportunity for you. We've been working on this for the past few months now, and this week then they will get to have those one-on-one engagements, where they either can partner, combine their prototypes, innovations, or they can look at then how do then they get soft landing platforms in this area or that area. All of that to help to grow our entrepreneurs. If we move to the next slide. So here is our Innovation and Entrepreneurship Week program, starting today with the opening ceremony. Afternoon, we'll be having master classes in commercialization. We'll be having design thinking and innovation masterclass. We'll be having a cybersecurity masterclass, as well as how to pitch your ideas. All of this to help you prepare for your Friday pitching sessions, which will be both for your innovation challenge as well as your hackathon participants. I have said that on the I have said on the 25th and the 26th of November, which is tomorrow, day 2 as well as day 3, there will be then hackers who will be helping teams who will then start to solve for local challenges using technology and innovation. And then on the second day, they will then finalize their solutions and presentations so that they may feedback to the adjudicators on Friday. On the 25th and 26th, which is tomorrow and Wednesday as well, we will have the Innovation Challenge pre-selection and judging. All this in preparation for Friday, where then we will have a final judging panel looking at all these submissions pitched to them. Then on Friday, which is day 5, the 28th of November, we will have innovation pitching and awards for the Innovation Challenge and the Hackathon finalists. This is just, the next slide really just shows us the themes for the Hackathon as well as the Innovation Challenge. Really, I'm putting this screen so that, just to show that there has been thought to all these themes, and there has been some pre-investigation to see what are the challenges we face with as Eastern Cape, as industry, and this all comes then from those investigative studies. For instance, on the hackathon, we will be having for a skills portal, which we want to create an interactive database that can enable job seekers to register, to log in and update their details. The database should also enable ELITs to draw reports. And once we've tested this, the aim is that we can expand it to other industries. Innovators will also then be developing an application for an SB offering. The app should enable sharing of opportunities, funding SMEs to interact with each other. So it's an opportunity for all you as entrepreneurs, innovators, youth to interact and to find out about opportunities, either funding or in-kind opportunities that you can plug into. We're also wanting an innovator to develop a system that can, an online user-friendly platform for various stakeholders in the Eastern Cape, so that we as stakeholders in the Eastern Cape are able to share opportunities like jobs, bursaries, learnerships, internships at a click of a button. And this must be easily accessible to Eastern Cape youth, and it must help the youth to access all these opportunities that are available. Quickly on the innovation challenge, we are wanting the innovators to solve in the agro-processing and aquaculture space, and the theme really is sustainable value addition for locally grown crops and aquatic resources. We've had a number of those coming forward. Automotive sector, we're imploring our innovators to develop eco-friendly mobility solutions for urban as well as rural integration. We've also received 2 in that space. ICT and electronics, we're imploring our innovators to look at innovations for digital inclusion, for economic empowerment as well. Renewable energy, we're looking for innovators that will solve for decentralized clean energy solutions for rural economies. Remember, as an Eastern Cape, we've got deep rural areas, so whatever we solve for must resolve our issues. Lastly, in the manufacturing space, we want to bring an innovation that will drive innovation and sustainability in industrial production. If I can then just quickly, this is just to show what we've received or the participants for our innovation and entrepreneurship week in terms of the statistics. Basically, we've had 117 people that are joining either online. Remember, this event is catered for the whole of Eastern Cape, so we've got people that are joining in various places within the Eastern Cape. I'll show you that just now. But essentially, if we're looking at the demographic students, we've got 25% that are participating in this week. We've got 41% self-employed entrepreneurs. We've got 15% unemployed entrepreneurs, which is good because then you can actually then get an opportunity to start your own business. As well as, I think I've covered that. And then if we move to the next one, youth is 68.4% that is represented in this week, as well as 31% of non-youth. In terms of disability, we've got about 5% people with disabilities that have joined in this session. In terms of the breakdown of the municipal districts that we have participants joining, either online or some of them have come to join us here. You can see the spread, the Alfred Zo, Amatole, District Municipality, Buffalo City, Kisami, Jogabi, Nelson Mandela, or Tambo, as well as Sarabha. So this just goes to show that the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Week is not only for us in East London, but for the rest of the Eastern Cape province, because we need to be solving for our problems everywhere, not only here. We need to be starting new industries everywhere, not only here in East London, so that people can actually change their rural spaces wherever they are. Coming to the end. This just shows the number of people that have shown interest in participating in which event, and this talks to the whole week, basically. And this just shows then the people that are attending virtually as well as physical attendance that we have. And in terms of the master classes that we'll be hosting that I spoke to, commercialization, design thinking, cybersecurity, as well as pitching. So that's the spread of the attendance for all of these master classes, because they will be happening concurrently. So you won't be able to join more than one master class, because essentially it's a whole afternoon. These are our partners that have walked the journey, that have believed in innovation and entrepreneurship for the Eastern Cape. We've also got our banks, Standard Bank and Absa Bank, who are also partners. So I'll just pause there. Let's just allow you to look quickly at those partners. In terms of global partnerships, we spoke, my CEO spoke to China, particularly to Seoul, where we are collaborating on technology transfer, innovation management, enterprise development, as well as international market access. I did say that my counterpart from China will be giving a message of support and just talking through our partnership that we enjoy with the Science and Technology Park in China and the work that we're planning to do together. I did speak to the fact that the Turkish Science Park, Ankara, we're going to be having one-on-one business-to-business engagement between our entrepreneurs, 20 of them, and the Turkish entrepreneurs. I think that is happening on Thursday. So this is really to create that strong relationship where it becomes easy for our entrepreneurs to set up in other countries by partnering or exchanging ideas really as entrepreneurs. With that said, thank you so much. That's the end of my presentation.
No, thank you very much, Ruben. It was a very comprehensive, detailed explanation. I was also happy to see just the slide that talks to the demographics. I think we always say that our impact must be broad-based. Even though IEZ is based here in the Science Park, I'd be happy to see at least, how broad-based the impact and participation is. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite our Chief Operations Officer, Ms. Ayanda Kangwana, to come and then introduce our special guest, honorable guest this morning for the keynote address. Can we put our hands together for Ayanda?
Thank you very much, Ricardo. Good morning to the MEC for Economic Development and Environmental Affairs, MEC Peters. I want to greet the CEO of the East London IEZ and the Executive Management of the East London IEZ. Stakeholders of the East London IEZ, a special greeting to you. And the people of the moment, the entrepreneurs that are in the room, I want to also extend a special greeting to you. My role is very small. Thank you very much, Ricardo, for your introduction. I am here to introduce our keynote and the person who's going to deliver our keynote address to you today. We gather for Innovation and Entrepreneurship Week, a week that celebrates courage, it celebrates innovation and the boldness to build. Everyone who's an entrepreneur today is someone who's bold enough to build something from scratch. And it is my honor then that as I introduce the keynote speaker, I introduce a woman whose own journey mirrors the very spirit we are here to ignite. She began her path in the humble classroom of Somerset East, shaping young minds and nurturing possibility long before she stepped into politics. And her groundings as an educator has taught her that innovation is not born in the boardroom. It begins wherever people dare to imagine more for themselves. She always dares people to think beyond the current and to think about the future and the legacy that they would create. What's always defined our guest speaker today is her ability to take that seed of imagination and translate it into community transformation. She is very passionate about the community and transforming the community. From her early days, those that know her define her as someone who's got a special instinct, an instinct to convene, to challenge, and to uplift the downtrodden, to inspire youth, and to always have the future in mind. And I think us having known her for some time, we know that that has stayed with her across every sphere that she has led. From her tenure with the then Katatu and Sarah Batman District Municipality, to her leadership as the MEC for Human Settlements, and later the MEC for Rural Development and Agrarian Reform, she has carried forward a leadership style that is rooted in three things. It's always about accessibility of our services and what we do to the community that we serve, service, and forward thinking. And so as we open this conversation, as we open this Entrepreneurship Week with entrepreneurs, innovators, and builders of tomorrow, it is fitting that we welcome a leader who has walked her own path of reinvention. We welcome Mbokodo, who has made changes in every sphere of government that she has touched, and who brings intellectual depth to public service. Today, she is the MEC for Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism. And she stands in the frontier where ideas must become industries. So when she looks at you today and she listens to your ideas, her thought is, how do these people become industries and job creators for tomorrow? Her motto is that these innovations must translate to jobs. They must translate to something she's very passionate about, which is sustainable energy. And the last aspiration she has is inclusive growth, not leaving people behind. So please join me then in welcoming a woman who understands both the heart of the community and the horizon of the future and the plight of entrepreneurs. Ladies and gentlemen, MEC Nomgqibela Peter.
Thank you. Zeneng. And also let me greet the program director, the CEO of East London ITZ and the management of East London ITZ, the leadership of the East London ITZ and the Science and Technology Park. Those are men in this park, the representatives from our national partners, which is TIA, UNTP, DSI, DSBD, NIPMO, financial institutions, as they were mentioned here, universities, TVET colleges, and industry leaders, distinguished entrepreneurs, innovators, and ecosystem players, the most important people today. And you are innovators. So that you can think clearly. Ladies and gentlemen, dames and herren, good morning. Okanya ayanda nina babalapha bekho abantu bento. Babathe bavela abantu bazi innovators Can Bambone stand up as a brief? The creative. If you are an innovator, you are a creative person. You know, after 1994, when Kwaku introduced, as you have heard, I am a teacher by profession. Kwaku introduced our OBE, outcomes-based education. That's the objectives. Sifuna producer learners that are creative, that are critical thinkers, that are analytical, and also that will be job creators, not job seekers. So if you are an innovator, you must be creative in your thinking. You must be able to analyze. And there must be logic with thinking. You can't be innovative without logic. There must be logic in your thinking. And that's what mathematics teaches you. Logic, creativity, creative thinking, analytic. You must analyze. You analyze a situation. Also, to do some kind of business, you analyze even the space that you are going to operate in. Because you are not only the only innovator. There are others, but what will make you special and outstanding from others? So those creative juices, they kick in. It gives me deep pleasure and to address you as we officially open the 2025 Eastern Cape Innovation and Entrepreneurship Week, a week that stands at the center of our provincial transformation agenda. Today we gather not only to celebrate innovation, we gather because we recognize that innovation is now the engine through which economies grow, industries modernize, opportunities are created, and societies are transformed. Something that was not there. Thina ke ngobe sikhule ngezafoni bezijijo. Kubekho umuntu okubizwa ngezandla ngelomonde exchange. Into se-exchange uzamjija. Aphakamise la muntu xa ikhalile. Uthi ndicela undifakele le number uthetha nomuntu oseKapa ulapha eMonti but funeka kubekho lo muntu uthi go through yena this third person akufake bakama sithi bahamba iline isebhizi manje bahamba iline isebhizi nina nenzo please call abetho please call ngela xesha ubucela kwaphila into lana nomuntu phone labheka ucela babe izawuthathwana reverse call zakatha ezindala kanye reverse call nina ngu please call ngoku wena ucofa nje uthi please call afonele back thina besijija uthi ndicelele kuba uyayithetha ne-reverse call please call ke ucela abazali bakufonele back ufonele back. Xa uthunyelele imali uzawuthunyelelwa nge-Telegram. Not ngeposi nina apps. Nina bank cards. We did not have bank cards then. You go to the post office, you collect imali yakho oyithunyelelweyo. I'm trying to say things evolve. The technology came into play. And somebody thought about it. That person was an ordinary innovator just like you. Why think by hey man, let us call a third person. How can we make a gadget as our sense was state and alarm to tell them to say America? Then to please call. Tithela nalami kuqhaba ndifonela omnye umuntu akandazi bandenzele uMrs Hlatshani please call. Kanti ngoku exchange besazi la muntu sepost office ba ubani bethetha nabani nini and baze bayimamele lento eniyithethayo esithini. Now things are much easier because of an innovator. So you are very important as innovators. Don't take what you are doing very lightly. With your innovation, you are going to change the world. Because go introduce our cell phones, let's change this. Go introduce our television, what change this? Zasuke kwa sasa sibukela sibeke ibhetri. Qale no charge isibhetri yemoto. Asinambi bani. Because ihlala townships. Umbani usedolophini kwi-suburbs cha. It's only few white people that were privileged to have electricity. Niqala thatha ibhetri no charge isegarage nizawubukela i-TV black and white. Nothi khali wonke umuntu ngumkhwetha apha. Because bayafana babonakala babanjani. But through innovation, because somebody thought about it, saying no, this is not right. Sibe black and white, nasiyenze ikhaya. Even electricity is an innovator. A generation of electricity. And you can't generate electricity without maths and physical science. That's why those two subjects are very important. We leave science. But history science and only science, the science will appeal, the air that you breathe, everything that you do. Isonga esi usenzayo uzawusitya pha kumqa ugalela uflower, there are measurements. That is mathematics. The salt that you pour in there, iswekile, amanzi, yeast, those are measurements. That is mathematics. And it's science. Liza kwakuprofe wogqiba intlama inyuki. So we live and breathe science. So you make me excited as innovators because you are people that are thinking beyond. It's in level, you're thinking yabanye abantu. Because you see things that other people do not see. You imagine things that other people do not even imagine. You are visionaries. Because you have a vision. Niyaboniswa. Muzabani besense kuthiwa kukho imagine ibhikile between ukuphambana nabantu bescience because baza nezinto ezingakhange zibonwe. Ba-invente izinto ezingazange zicingwe bazinazo zi-inventwe. So you are very important in the society. You are very important in this province. You are very important in this country and the world because you are going to change the world with your work. It is. Sise China uthi uPremier. Hey, nama China. Adelela kwanto ithethwe uThixo apha eseBhayibhelini. Ama-Chinese ibhorhelwane nihambe phansi kwamanzi. Mose abantu bebehamba emanzini beBhayibhelini kwathiwa ngoYesu. Abantu abahamba. Ngoku ama-China enza indlela apha because of science. Because of innovators just like you. Funeka ke nani nikwazi usenzela lula. Ubomi bethu apha e-Eastern Cape was a rural province. Made things easier for us for the Eastern Cape to develop. Because up in Eastern Cape, it's difficult and expensive to do things because uzawuhamba indlela ende, uzawuqala unqumle ezintabeni, khaniyenze belula ke innovators sase-Eastern Cape young people. Make it easy. It must take 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 seconds. Ubona ama-China athi i-train, it's 450 kilometers. It's just an hour, takes an hour. Over 450 kilometers a train. Abakho special. Abenzwanga kunyuhlobo bolu different oluthina senziwe ngalo. Sonke senziwe ngohlobo olunye. What they can do, you can also do it. Ningazoyikuseni. Singangayiboni ngoku. Sithabaya yayaphupha. Singayiboni. kodwa in 2 years and 3 years to come, izawubonakala. For those who may not know the East London ITZ and its Science and Technology Park, these are East London ITZ is an entity of the Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism. This means that every milestone, every breakthrough, every prototype developed, and every entrepreneur supported through the Science and Technology Park is a direct achievement of the Eastern Cape Provincial Government. East London ITZ government of the people, by the people, for the people took a conscious decision. There was no East London ITZ before 1994. There was no Kucha before 1994. And that was deliberate because the Eastern Cape was made to be a labor sending province. Not a province, a developer is. But the government took a conscious decision that we must have Kucha, SZ, and East London. East London is not for the Buffalo City. East London is a location, but the two SCZs are for the development of the province. So, Ubiki Alpha connected because East London ITZ is serve all 6 districts with the 2 metros. So East London ITZ is serve Umhlali, Nomi, waseMpuma Kapa, neKucha ngokunjalo. Because the reason why I'm emphasizing this is because too often people assume that entities such as East London ITZ operate independently. It's an island on their own. East London ITZ and Kucha, and they are not. They are the instruments of government for its development. We are using them as the extension of government for developmental mission. Because as government, needs, there are things that we are unable to do, but with the entities of government, we are able to reach all the corners of the province and work with everybody and develop the people of this province. And they are not confined, there's SZ, only who serves the Eastern Cape. They work nationally and internationally. There are real examples of how public institutions can deliver impact when they are properly governed, properly supported, and properly aligned to provincial development priorities. And as one of the developmental priorities of this province is digital economy. In essence, as the Eastern Cape Provincial Government, we are intentional about building an innovation-led economy. We're intentional about ensuring that young people enter and participate meaningfully in the innovation value chain. We're also intentional about creating platforms that support SMMEs, expose them to new technologies, open doors to new markets, and provide pathways to commercialization. Because you can come up with your creatives, but if you are not supported, you must be supported. And also there must be a market to buy lento uzabe uyenzile. And we are intentional about ensuring that the Eastern Cape is not left behind in the global shift towards advanced manufacturing, digital transformation, renewable energy, and knowledge-based industries. Innovation and Entrepreneurship Week is not a symbolic event, because about that time we put Eastern Capeans events. We are not doing events. We are not events-driven government. This is not an event. If uthi event, usekundawe wrong. Ungaske uphinde ujongise izithende abangaphakathi endlini inzwane zakho zijonge ngaphandle inqondo lakho lisijonge kodwa uzi lakho lona libheke phansi uze endaweni wrong. This is not an event. Apha nizobonisa. We are here to showcase what you are made of. What makes you different from others? And how can you work together? As much as you'll be competing, but you compete now, at the end, you need to collaborate and work together. It is not a ceremonial program for media cameras. It is a strategic economic intervention designed deliberately, collaboratively, and with clear intent. As a tikishi box, it's not about ticking the box here. It's about changing the lives of the people of the Eastern Cape through the innovation of young people. It is designed to ignite the innovation pipeline, to strengthen industrial competitiveness, to expand opportunities for youth and SMMEs, and to position the Eastern Cape as a province that can lead, compete, and thrive in the innovation economy. Before we speak about innovation and possibilities, we must speak truthfully about our current realities. As the province, we're facing a challenge of high unemployment rate. And people that are unemployed, it's young people. So with the work that you are going to do, you will be able to create jobs for young people. Youth employment is not just unemployment is not just a number, it is a lived experience for thousands of young people who wake up every day searching for opportunities. But others want to be employed. Makesi bafumane nabo bangafuna uqeshwa, bafuna uziqesha. Nina, you'll be employers yourselves. You'll be employing yourselves, and you'll be employing other people, because you came up with brilliant ideas. Nidibanise amathambo entloko. Anonqeni ukucinga. Well, I used to say, no one that I've heard of that died because he was thinking or she was thinking. Cinga bulala. Akugqabhuki nengqondo. Ucinga. There is no tool that you can use to sharpen your brain. The only tool engekho machine naske ufuna ukulola imela uzayifaka sona uzayithela itsheni nemikhonto be sharp, thatha isikere usithe ebhutileni sibe sharp ngabe sikuthundu kodwa ingqondo azuyenza lona. The only thing that will sharpen is to think. You have to use it. If you don't use it, your brain cells will die. Siyafa lokhu brain cells xa zingasebenzi. Uthi ngoba ndakwazi ucinga phela ngone sengazabazi. Because your brain cells are dead. So to keep them alive, you must think. So nina ke, you are the few amongst the rest that can think beyond imagination. It's a refresh, that offer will refresh. You can be pumped. Can't offer refresh. Because I was born before technology. The Eastern Cape, as I've already said, that we are challenged by unemployment, not only unemployment, but inequality and poverty. With your innovation, nisusindlala eziko. Poverty will be a thing of the past. And we are challenged with inequality. I did see beautiful ladies here who did say mabaphakame innovators. Because this is not a man's thing. It's a human being thing. People used to say maths is for boys, not girls. There's nothing that is meant for males that is not meant for females. As long as you're a human being. Into esohlulayo kukwakhiwa kwethu. Nengqondo zethu kazifana igenes esakhiwe ngazo. Awuzuthi because you are a male, by virtue of being a male, it makes you superior than a female. No. And it makes you brilliant than a female. No. Xhomekeke nawe igenes lezikwenzile ezinjani. Our rural and township economies remain fragile. Many SMMEs struggle to secure financing, enter markets, meet compliance requirements, or access technology. Because if you want to go and sell your thing in other countries, you must be compliant. Too many talented entrepreneurs remain disconnected from high-value sectors. I know you'll be looking for partners. Yes, it's a good thing to do. But partner, even your intellectual property. Keep your intellectual property. As a man, but you are keeping what you have designed. Because that's the challenge that we have. People sell that intellectual property. So what you are doing is very important, but you must be able to keep what you are coming up with. Too many talented entrepreneurs remain, at the same time, our economy has long been concentrated in few industries. This makes us vulnerable to shocks, reduces resilience, and slow inclusive growth. These challenges demand more than incremental change. They demand a bold restructuring of our provincial economy. It's not even a secret that the Eastern Cape economy is dependent. Okay, what becomes number one in the economy is the automotive sector. And with the global changes, yes, let us not focus and depend on one industry. We must have multiple industries as the province. And we've said as the 7th administration that we need to focus on agriculture. So what in agriculture? But you need technology for agriculture. And among the agriculture, they're not going to come up with technology. You are going to come up with a technology that can be used to make their work easier, faster, and be able to produce quickly and meet the demands of the market. And this restructuring must be innovation-led, with entities such as the East London IEW Science and Technology Park taking center stage to drive impact-driven innovation for the advancement of our beloved province. When you even Mrs. Kamwan, what East London IEW is the only SZ in the science and technology park, and when you come in. Khange ivele ihle kwemane ezulwini, the science and technology park. Somebody thought about it. There was an idea. Somebody was innovative enough to say, what will make us different as East London ITZ from others is to come up with a science and technology park. Ithi loo nto ba-innovative abantu abaphangela apha. It has made it a priority to change the trajectory of entrepreneurship and economic participation in the Eastern Cape. We're doing this through practical, accessible, on-the-ground program that touch every district, every local municipality, and every level of enterprise development. Allow me to expand on this work. For the entire month of November, DIGIT has been leading the province-wide Global Entrepreneurship Week program with engagements in all 6 districts, because ngendlela esimi ngayo iBuffalo City siyidibanisa neAmathol City District, iNelson Mandela siyidibanisa neSarabhapani ibe yi-district. In actual fact, there are 8. It's 6 districts and 2 metros. Our Global Entrepreneurship Week activations bring government services directly to the people, including business compliance support, market access advisory, financial readiness and funding pathways, product showcasing for local entrepreneurs, training on procurement opportunities, enterprise diagnostic and ecosystem referral. And also DIGIT and ECDC, one of the entities also of the department, continue to deliver micro and small enterprise funding, equipment and machinery support, cooperative development programs, supplier development pathways, export and after readiness, incubation and acceleration support. Siyakuthanda ke sonke apha eAfrica uba yonke into esinayo sifuna utrade in the West and other countries in Europe and leave out the market yase-Africa. Africa is big. We need to trade with each other. And if Africa can be united, we'll be a force to reckon with as Africa. So true. Hakemus, ukholantetho bhele, yayisithi, masibuhlulahlule. Kwenza xa sibuhlulahlulile, bazawucompete amongst each other. Balibali ba bangama-Afrika bonke. They need to work together, collaborate, and come up with brilliant ideas. You go to these European countries and other countries, you'll see African people that are developing these things as we are sizozithenga apha eAfrica. Sidevelopwe ngama-Afrika, aqeshwe kula mazwe, because thina asizenzi ngokwethu, and we need to change that. We need to develop our own things and sell them to the world as Africa. These interventions are not just building businesses, they are building livelihoods. We're deliberately shifting resources to ensure that township and rural entrepreneurs have access to business tools, access to infrastructure, participation in value chains, access to finance, support for new industries like agri-tech, creative industries, and green tech. This is what inclusive economic development looks like. But when you talk of the also of the inclusive economy, we're saying no one must be left behind. More especially the majority of the people of this province who were marginalized before. The majority must not be spectators in their own economy. Simane sivuyela ukuqeshwa. Masingamane kurayithi uqeshwa. I'm not saying there's something wrong with that. It's okay. But we must be part of the economy as the majority of this province. And what you need to think about as a young person, upper value chain, how are you going to fit yourselves in the value chain? You are not going to do everything, but in the value chain, you must do something. I used to say when I was in agriculture, kubantu abatsha, apha ezilalini kuxhelwa every weekend. Kukho isici, ngumngcwabo, kumtshato, imbeleko, into yonke into nje, there's something. And I'm saying, how can you throw away money? Ndithi mntu omtsha awunagusha, awunabhokhwe, awunankomo. Okwakho kuqokelela ezimfene. Uye kurhulumente akuthengele umatshini wokusuka ezimfene. Usithengisele sizinethe. Because ngoku sizithenga duru iimfene zenkomo zethu bantu base-Eastern Cape because asisuki ngokwethu. Value chain. Si-citrus belt thina apha e-Eastern Cape. Kodwa ingxowa zama-oranges yenziwe e-Eastern Cape bantu abatsha? No. Sizifumana e-KZN. Kodwa thina sinama-orange, sine-citrus up. So as innovators and young people, even if I nguwe, your peers, you must look at the value chain. But that doesn't make you not to have a stake. You can have a stake. Kuyo yonke le nto ungafuyanga nenkukhu. Uthenge ezaa nkomo, uyozityebisa wena, usemarketini. Awufuyanga nenkomo enye wena. Bhatele aba bantu baneenkomo wazithenga iinkomo zabo, wena wane-feedlot qha. That's how abantu abaninzi, more especially white farmers, are making. Some of them, they do not even own farms. That's renting. Some of them, they do not even have livestock. What is stopping you from doing that? Because kuzibheke marketing, funeka iqale izogqitha. Ziyakwarantinwa ke pha. Ukwenziwa zingadibani nento yonke. Uzifeed, uyozithengisa. Wenze imali yakho, awunayo nenkomo enye, awunayo negusha enye, but uthenga kwaba bantu bafuyileyo. So that's why I'm saying, look at the value chain. Phambi uyofika pha yobanyama iqale phi. You can produce when you feed. Ubathengisele feed. So look at the value chain. Yonke into nayo, there's a value chain in each and everything. In all the industries, there is a value chain. We are positioning our SMMEs to benefit from Africa's emerging markets through export development programs, training on continental standards, market intelligence, SMME packaging programs, industrial and manufacturing support. We want Eastern Cape and enterprises to compete confidently across the continent. Our long-term economic vision is clear. Ndingena yona bhele ndibona into ethengiswa kwa-fruit and veg. Ginger love ne. Bebesandohamba ngoku ne-ECDC leyomarketha le product yabo. Because those are the opportunities that are created by government. Iza kuncedisa, iza incubator ilapha East London ITZ will come up with your innovation here. Then ECDC will take you ihambe nawe kwi-markets, uhambe uyobonisa, uyoshowcase, but what is it that you are producing? And then the world will come to you. You'll be an exporter. As a young person from a rural province of the Eastern Cape. Ayithi kuze ube exporter, you must come from Gauteng or Western Cape or KZN, apho economy yale province yale country ikhoyo kwezi provinces zintathu ezazidevelopwe ngaphambili before 1994. And I was even saying to aba babahle nje bamane bekhalaza nge-Eastern Cape ukuba awukwazi kaloku ukuthatha umntana ku-grade 12 umkhompetise nomuntu ku-grade R uthi bobabili uzawumakisha iscript esiyi-1. The script cannot be the same for a grade 12 and a grade R. Gauteng, Western Cape and KZN bebephambili. The Eastern Cape ibiphaa ku-grade R because it was not developed before. But we are changing things. And with what we are going to come up with here, we are going to make Eastern Cape even much better than what it is now. Our long-term economic vision is clear that the Eastern Cape must become a leading national hub for innovation-driven industrialization. We are building a province where advanced manufacturing thrives, ICT and digital industries expand, renewable and green technologies grow, agri-tech solutions scale, research is commercialized, youth enter the economy through innovation. SMMEs form the backbone of industrial value chains. You can go to the countries, it was the first world countries as it developed. Ziningi SMMEs. Because SMMEs and cooperatives are the backbone of the economy. Ningathi ke SMMEs anina value, nicingini awuzuqala ngoba inkonzo enkulu. Uqala ube inkonzo encinci, then uyoba inkonzo enkulu. Innovation and Entrepreneurship Week is a central pillar of this repositioning. And this Innovation and Entrepreneurship Week has been constructed as a comprehensive innovation pipeline. Let me unpack this carefully. Since July 2025, innovators have been developing solutions across advanced manufacturing, automotive and mobility, agri-tech and aquaculture, renewable energy, digital technologies, research, commercialization. And we know as a government of the Eastern Cape that you can't develop an economy yakho ungenayo research capacity, research and development, R&D. Because uzathisoze nayo idea siqala kufuneka uqale siyo research kanti if you have an oiled machine your research it's going to be easy and things will flow easily. These innovators have been through various product development phases and receiving support. Today marks the final stage of that journey. There's a 48-hour hackathon, a true digital innovation engine. Young innovators will soon begin a marathon of creativity, building solutions such as AI-powered, artificial intelligence-powered SMME funding tools, digital youth information platforms, East London IEW STP, interactive applications, industrial monitoring solutions. These are not hypothetical ideas. They are applied digital tools the province needs. We do not want innovators to have ideas. We want them to build businesses. We are pleased to see innovators previously supported by the East London IEW Science and Technology Park showcasing their prototypes, digital products, research-based solutions, manufacturing innovations, agri-tech advancement. This is more than an exhibition. It is a mirror reflecting the true capability, ingenuity, and potential of the Eastern Cape, that we do have what it takes as the province of the Eastern Cape. We might be rural, but that does not make us rural. He set up a rural, but the thinking is not rural. And that's what you are going to show the world, young people that are in this room, that you are coming from a rural province, but your minds are not rural. You are creative thinkers. This week-long event will unveil more than 1.5 million innovation support in incubation, prototype development, engineering support, technical mentorship, business development, market access, investor readiness. This is one of the largest innovation support offerings in the Eastern Cape. Let me commend the East London IDZ STP for their extraordinary contribution to the innovation landscape. Over the years, the STP has become a provincial anchor for prototype development, product design, digital innovation, skills development, industrial analytics, research commercialization, access to labs and testing facilities, incubation services, international linkages through International Association of Science Park. But perhaps most importantly, the STP has mastered multi-stakeholder collaboration, because the East London IDZ alone cannot do this without collaboration with other stakeholders. Innovation and Entrepreneurship Week exists because of this collaboration between government, industry, academia, innovators, funders, and development partners. I want to extend our sincere gratitude to the Technology Innovation Agency, that is the principal sponsor, United Nations Development Program EUNDP, supporting industrial innovation, Department of Science and Innovation, Department of Small Business Development, Small Enterprise Development Agency, SMME support institution, universities and TVET colleges, financial institutions, industry and technology partners, incubators and accelerators, judges, mentors, and experts. Because you will not go far if you do not have a mentor. Funeka ukudibane naye nomuntu obekhe wayihamba le ndlela. Athi amaXhosa inyathi ibuzwa kwabaphambili. Wayesithi ke uambassador uSizana athi ayigqibezele ke na ayikho muso. Ayithethayo ayibhalwanga kwi-website. Athi kwabayibonileyo because angaphambili umuntu kanti inyathi sangayibona. Funeka abe ubonile inyathi uzibulise inyathi. Innovation and Entrepreneurship Week demonstrates simple truth. No single institution can build an innovation economy alone. Growth comes from collaboration. Economic transformation comes from partnership. To the innovators here today, you are the architects of a new economy. Your ideas are the seeds of new industries. Your solutions will create jobs, modernize sectors, and uplift communities. Do not underestimate your importance. Your province believes in you. Your government supports you every step of the way. With great confidence in the innovation spirit of the Eastern Cape people and deep commitment to building a thriving, inclusive economy, I hereby officially declare the 2025 Eastern Cape Innovation and Entrepreneurship Week open. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC, for the inspiring speech, and we could really pick up your spirit, your passion, as your love for the Eastern Cape. So thank you so much for that. I'm not going to deduct anything from that speech or elaborate, but you're so passionate. And I had the rare privilege to work with MEC a year ago, and I know her passion. Inclusivity, growth, broad-based impact, and that she sits at the heart of grassroots development. And we're happy to see that amongst our participants from the poorest regions, districts in this province, who forms part of this amazing program. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll then move on to our next session. But before I do that, I would also like just to acknowledge the Executive Director, the CEO of the Mordecai Business Chamber of Business. Lizelle, thank you so much for praising us. So we're absolutely honored by your presence. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, we're moving to the next phase of our program. And we are going to the messages of support. I would like the same to extend. Welcome Tembelise Ngobu to come forward from the Technology Innovation Agency. Thank you, ma'am.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to stand on the protocol that has already been observed and send my apologies. My CEO sends his apologies because initially he was going to attend. But as you may be aware that this week is Science Forum, which is an event that's planned months ahead and it takes place every year. So he needed to be part of the Science Forum that's taking place in Pretoria this week. But he trusted me, so I hope I'll do justice. My name is Tembelise Ngobu, as previously introduced. I'm a business development manager within the Strategic Partnerships and Stakeholder Relations unit at the Technology Innovation Agency. Around August this year, we had a roundtable discussion at GPCP. It was a session where we were engaging industry, we were engaging stakeholders, and it was a way for TIA to entrench itself in the province. I think the province is very lucky to have a lady by the name of Thandokazi Moyo, who's very passionate about this province, and she's going all out to establish relationships and to entrench TIA's presence in the province. So subsequent to that event that took place on the 26th, there were engagements. We were engaging further with the different stakeholders, because when we had that roundtable discussion, it wasn't just a talk shop. We were really serious about what we want to do in the Eastern Cape. So there were further engagements with different stakeholders, and East London ITZ was one of those stakeholders. We got to learn that they are having this innovation week, they're doing an innovation challenge. There was lots of exciting stuff that is happening in the province, and we just said we wanted to jump on the bandwagon because they were already moving. They weren't waiting for TIA to come and partner with them. No. Indeed, the title is innovation, but they were already moving. So we saw this initiative as something that we have got to be part of. So we jumped on the bandwagon and we supported this initiative. And as you have heard, they started way back in July, and I think we only joined them around September. So the theme, as indicated, is commercialize and thrive. In innovation, I won't bore you with the details. We all know how important innovation is, and that it is a key driver of our economy and growth, not only in the province, but in the whole country and globally. So as indicated, it is as if ABC was in my head, because I then said innovators are critical thinkers. It is very important to think. I share the same sentiments as the MEC, and it reminds me of a sermon yesterday. So at church, funny enough, I don't believe in consequences, meaning it was just divinely there's a divine intervention. Because at church, our prophet is also a very good teacher. He was teaching us about thinking. He was saying that if you are not thinking, you are dying. And just as the MEC was saying, and the importance of thinking and how the great people in the Bible were thinkers. He made examples, scriptural examples of Moses, how Moses would go away from the tent just to think and be in the presence of God. And then he also made reference to Solomon. There's a verse that says Solomon meditated. So thinking and meditating is one of the same thing. And then a few verses later, it says Solomon began to prosper. So there's a correlation between thinking and prosperity. So you guys as innovators, you're already thinking, which means thriving and prosperity is part of who you are. It's inevitable that you will thrive. And then if you're not a big subscriber to the Bible, I have another very short example of Steve Jobs. So Steve Jobs, when he was a child, his mom was looking for him inside the house and he couldn't find him, and she couldn't find him. And then he goes, Steve is not responding. And then he looks in the cupboard, Steve is not there. And then eventually she went to the basement, and there was Steve sitting there. Steve, I've been calling you, why are you not responding? And his response was, I am thinking, don't you think? Which easily translates to Ndiyatina, when I think. And that is just the theme of how successful people like Steve Jobs, they themselves are thinkers. So if you are thinking and you are an innovator, you are definitely in the right path. So in closing, Tia is very committed to this event, to supporting. And at certain times, people will say, we support, we put our money where our mouth is. So on Friday, when there will be awards that will be given, we've contributed towards that. We've put in money in that kitty. So I would just like to say that let's continue to think, guys, we are definitely on the right track. We are excited to be part of this event, and I will wish you everything of the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gogo. We are going to get our next speaker from the University of Fort Hare. Going to extend welcome to Professor Tony to join us on stage. Thank you.
Program Director, MEC, also IDZ CEO, senior management, also innovators, entrepreneurs, creators.
Yes.
My task, I move around. It's very simple. I'm just going to ask you one question. I know you are expecting a message of support. Yes, it is my message of support to you. Innovators, scream if you are an innovator. Innovators. Creators. Entrepreneurs. One question I've got for you today. Just one question. And I want an answer from all of you. And you have to say your answers loud and clear. Reflect on yourself in 2025. Okay? Score yourself out of 5. We will start with the first innovator. We'll pass it around. Quick, let's make it snappy. Reflect on yourself in 2025. Score yourself out of 5. All right. Let's have a roaming mic. Go to the innovators. Okay. Okay. I can go without.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm from Zimbabwe, a manufacturing company. Our year was a progressive year. I would say progressive year because we were able to get the results that we have been waiting for our baby tonic. So to us, it's a huge progress because now we'll be able to take the medicine to the chemists and everything else of the Yes.
Score yourself out of 5.
To score.
Very
I'll
important.
give myself 5 out of 5.
All right. You can give it to them.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kyo Philander, and I read my year a 3, mainly because I was delayed this year. I could have started earlier, but at the end of the day, I got the ball rolling. And now we are. So 3 out of 5.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mary Zambaneto. I will score myself 3.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mary Phillips from the West Kids. I saw ourselves 3, basically because we've made a lot of progress this year. But if we pull them some higher, we could have scored maybe 5. We are live, our app is live, so we are looking for our partners like business, the business chamber and IEZ, so that we can start taking waste management digital in the Eastern Cape and be part of the smart city sectors in those solutions. Thank you.
All right, just a brief overview. If you scored yourself 5 out of 5, I like your confidence. It means you've achieved all for 2025. Why are you here? If you scored yourself 2 out of 5 or 3 out of 5, it means you've got room for improvement. Why are you here? Reflect on it. Why I've asked you the question is basically finding new solutions to problems. All right. Which is why you are all here. Problems we face in Eastern Cape. Social ills, poverty, unemployment, inequality. And when we look at entrepreneurship, it's not just about starting a business. Okay, we tend to focus, entrepreneurship is about starting a business. Entrepreneurship is about starting a business. It goes beyond starting a business. Solutions you providing, it's very important because we need to see value being created we also need to see economic growth in that process. So as you are here, you are not job seekers, all right? You are job creators. So I want to say all of you are winners. You started a journey and you have to complete it, all right? But all of you are winners. My message of support is to you as innovators. Never give up. You will always have challenges, problems, which is your main responsibility. It will create an opportunity for you. Look at AI right now, okay? If you check in terms of movie productions, where you will need a producer, you will need makeup artists, and so on. Right now, you can produce a movie without a producer, without a makeup artist. It's the power of AI. With technology, you can go far. But you will be able to make an impact by collaborating, working together. When you work together, you will go far. My message of support is finished at this moment. It's just to say, keep on going on, and by Friday, you are all crowned winners. All right. I'm finished with my message. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Oni. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have just two remaining messages of support, which are pre-recorded, so I'll ask the team just to fly that for you. In any order, will be one from the technology Park Ankara, which comes from a Turkish-based entity. The second one will be from the Cash Holdings entity, which is based in China. So I can just ask the team just to fly that for us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Murat Ali Ustaoğlu, and I am speaking on behalf of Technopark Ankara, which is located in Ankara, Turkey. I would like to thank Elite Science and Technology Park and all partners for organizing the Eastern Cape Innovation and Entrepreneurship Week. We believe that this event is very important for new ideas and for supporting entrepreneurs. The hackathon, the innovation challenge, and intellectual property workshop will give strong support to local entrepreneurs. The prize and the incubation support will also help and motivate many innovators. At Technopark Ankara, we are happy to support our partnership with Elite Science and Technology Park. This cooperation will create new opportunities for both Turkey and South Africa. I wish all participants good luck. Thank you.
Respected colleagues from the East London Industrial Development Zone, distinguished guests, and fellow global innovators, I am Yang Ming, Vice President of TAS Holdings and the Director of the IASP China office. It's a great honor to connect with all of you via this video message. I extend my sincere congratulations on the launch of the 2025 Innovation and Entrepreneurship Week. As a highlight of Global Entrepreneurship Month, this event centers on the theme Innovate, Commercialize, Thrive, serving as a vital platform for dialogue among government officials, private sector representatives, academia, and startups. Turning innovation into commercial value and driving sustainable growth aligns perfectly with TUS Holdings' mission over the past 3 decades. Rooted in Tsinghua University, TUS Holdings has built a global innovation network spanning over 30 countries with 300 innovation bases. We specialize in the incubation plus investment model and supports enterprises from seed stage to maturity in sectors like AI, new energy, and intelligent manufacturing. We have fostered industrial clusters and nurtured benchmark companies while helping numerous enterprises expand into global markets. The innovation challenge at this week's event perfectly showcased the vitality of South African innovators. And this is exactly where TUS Holdings can add value. We hope to take this collaboration as an opportunity to build a two-way empowerment bridge for MSMEs in China and South Africa. On one hand, we will bring our proven experience in tech transfer and enterprise incubation to support the commercialization of local innovations. On the other hand, we will leverage our global network to provide South African enterprises with soft landing services in China and other countries. Finally, I wish the event a great success. To all participants, may you achieve outstanding results, and China-South Africa cooperation, may we join hands to build a brighter future of shared prosperity through innovation. I look forward to meeting you all in person soon to explore more collaboration opportunities. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get to the next phase of our program. We've got an item for the announcements before we break for tea. Firstly, it's going to be just a tour around the park with senior colleagues dressed in orange. They will then direct you as well to some of the undertakings that take place on the enterprises. So it's just walking through the various exhibitions. And secondly, there's going to be master classes just post the tour, and you could then decide, because if you recall, Ludi was mentioning that some of these master classes will run concurrently. Just for our online participants also to take note, so you could join any of these that really, if you look at the program for the second phase. So feel free then to communicate and engage Ayanda and Denise, our colleague, as well as the other colleagues. So ladies and gentlemen, that in essence brings us to the close of this particular program, which is our phase 1 of today. So as we break for tea, please do engage, participate in the walkthrough, as well as then post before lunch, we can then come back and then get into the various breakaways. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yana, maybe if you can just direct the team.
Protocol observed, my name is Ayana. We will now break for tea. So tea is served, so the stakeholders will go and block A, and then all of us, other colleagues will go and block E. So the colleagues wearing the t-shirt will direct you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.